Good morning, everybody. We will open the hearing on HB 1334, removing the authority of the Education Freedom Account Scholarship Organization to make decisions about certain educational expenses. And I recognize the prime sponsor, Representative Porcelli.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for hearing my testimony. The description is longer than the bill, so. For the record, my name is Representative Susan Porcelli from Rockingham District 19, Hampton Falls, and Kensington. HB 1334 relates to the administration of the Education Freedom Account, or EFA, program. This popular and successful program has been operational since 2021. In the current legislation, Section 194-F:2 describes the program and specific qualifying expenses, such as tuition and fees at a private school, online learning program, institution of higher education, and several other qualifying expenses. And these are listed under Roman numeral 2 from letters A through N. However, underneath the qualifying expenses, letter O under this section states any other educational expense approved by the scholarship organization. This statement is no longer required. The program has been successfully running since 2021. So this bill very simply seeks to repeal this specific line in the statute, since it may result in a broad interpretation of qualifying expenses. The scholarship organization has proven experience in understanding the specific expenses that qualify under the EFA program, and they have been doing an outstanding job, as the recent audit showed. Any questions about qualifying expenses can be discussed with the Department of Education or the Legislative Oversight Committee. And in this way, the program is administered consistently and transparently. So I respectfully request and ought to pass on this very straightforward change. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? You have a question? Representative Perno.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Do you know if this section has ever been utilized by the scholarship fund?
It may have under discussions, but I haven't been able to find out that information. But this is just to look at some of the administration of the program, and now that we have great experience, tighten up some of these rules.
Paula?
Do you think it's possible that it could possibly be needed in the future?
I don't think so, because I think the expenses are clearly delineated, and if there is any question, we've got the opportunity for the Oversight Committee or the department that now is very familiar with the program to address any questions. I mean, this just could lead to, this broad interpretation of maybe some of the expenses when they really are very clearly listed.
Thank you. Any other questions? Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. So just for clarity and to let the public know, who determines the qualifying expenses?
It is very clearly stated in the statute. So let's see, under section 194-F:2, under Roman numeral 2, the expenses are very clearly laid out. So I gave some examples. It goes from letter A through letter N, and every qualifying expense is very clearly laid out in our statute. So I think that is a great way for the program to be administered, because it's very black and white.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
All right, now what do we do?
I know, we have plenty of time.
About 40 minutes.
One more pink card. Matt Southerton?
Oh, I have to, all right, I get my exit, sorry.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Again, for the record, my name is Matt Southerton, Director of Policy and Compliance for the Children's Scholarship Fund. The Children's Scholarship Fund is a nonprofit charity scholarship organization contracted by the state to manage the EFA program. So we have a few concerns about this bill. And really, I think it comes down to perhaps the unintended consequences of the bill that I'd like to share with you today. So you'll be hearing a bill later, HB 1513, that directly references Category O in it. I wanted to bring that to your attention. So that is an issue. Category O in itself has been used very, very rarely. And I think it's not invoked very often, and it's particularly used only with students that are either very, very unique learners or like students with special needs. So for example, when a child or the parent go onto ClassWallet and they seek to purchase items or services, Category O is not even available to them. Only the other categories through A through N are that are articulated in the law. Category O is really reserved for those special, very, very unique cases. So for example, for items that would not normally be approved in the other categories, I can give you an example of a student with special needs that's blind and deaf that needed manipulatables that we would consider household items, but were specifically written into their IEP that we would not normally approve. But we did approve them under that category so that they can meet the requirements of their IEP to learn. So very, very unique learning needs. Another issue with Category O is that I believe that it was intended to sort of future-proof the law. So for example, I remember when the internet was born, none of us could have anticipated the internet, right? So again, it's a very, very unique use case. It's not available to parents. And it does have some sort of implication with the administrative rules, which say that it must be available and we must make every qualified educational expense available to them. So that's really our concerns. It sort of seems like, and I empathize with the representative that brought the bill forward. There's a lot of confusion about what is allowable and what isn't allowable. But I think if you look at our website, our list of prohibited items and categories is perhaps, if not the most extensive, among the most extensive lists of prohibited items and categories among any EFA program. And I think we just won the best implementation for the third year in a row. In fact, if I would also go even further than that, if you look at other EFA programs around the United States, I don't believe, particularly among those programs that are administered by these for-profit organizations, if you look at them, I can't even find any policies posted on those program sites, right? I can't find their parent handbooks. I can't find their policies posted. I mean, if you go to our website, there's an extensive amount of, parent policies, student policies, and administrative policies. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Are there any other pink cards on 1334? We will close the hearing and we'll be back at 10:45. We will open the hearing on House Bill 1513 relative to reporting and transparency reports for the Education Freedom Account Program, and I recognize the prime sponsor, Representative Porcelli.
Good morning again, and thank you again for hearing my testimony. Again, for the record, my name is Representative Susan Porcelli, Rockingham District 19, Hampton Falls and Kensington. HB 1513 also relates to the administration of the Education of Freedom Account Program, or EFAs. This popular and successful program has been operational since 2021. This bill consolidates and clarifies program administration guidelines that are currently located in administrative rules found in Chapter Ed 800 and the current contract of the state's administrator of the program, the Children's Scholarship Fund of New Hampshire. So it's just taking rules and contract pieces and consolidating them to make sure this is consistently administered. In the bill, the text in Part Roman numeral 1 moves rules found in 803.01 into statute related to the scholarship organization providing access to qualifying expenses. The text in Part Roman numeral 2 of the bill requires information requested by various oversight entities to be provided within 45 business days. This section of the proposed bill is currently found on page 9 of the current CSF contract. The text in Part Roman numeral 3 of the bill can be found in Ed Rule 803 and 804. This section specifies requirements for expense reporting to be located on the CFS website by category and provider, and the publication dates are according to the EFA disbursement schedule, and it's approximately 4 times a year, and a cumulative report, and this needs to be in a sortable format such as Excel. And again, this can be found, this requirement in the rules. And then finally, Part Roman numeral 4 of the bill requires the scholarship organization to provide eligibility and enrollment data to the Department of Education so the department can monitor and comply with the law. And this is found on page 9 of the current CSF contract. So in summary, this bill has really nothing net new, but just consolidates rules and contract pieces into the statute so that it is clear, a little bit more concise, and provides better administration and oversight and consistency. So in summary, these common sense changes provide clarity and transparency, and I urge an ought to pass vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Selig?
Thank you very much. Just looking at lines 24 and 25, you referenced timely access. They shall provide the information with timely access. I was wondering if you could define timely access. What is your thinking within a month, within a quarter? I'm just trying to get a sense of what timely access.
In other sections of the bill, 45 days seems to be appropriate. But then again, depending on what the department is looking for, I didn't want to specify too rigid a deadline, just so that there's an awareness that there is a requirement to comply with this information.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for taking my question. I guess also in that vein, the contract is already an agreement between the scholarship fund and the department, correct?
Correct.
So that would mean that the 45 days would apply to that circumstance too, I would assume, correct?
Yes, I would say that could be correct.
So would it maybe make sense to just be concise and 45 days is consistent throughout instead of timely, which is a little bit open-ended?
to amend the bill to say 45 days instead of time? I'm sorry, I just want
Yeah,
to make sure I
that's
understand.
essentially, I'm just curious as to why timely is different than the rest of the bill where you've stated 45 days throughout. You were pretty consistent throughout the rest of it.
Again, I just wanted to make sure, depending on what the information is, to make sure that the organization could comply. So I didn't want to make it too prescriptive, but I could understand if it makes more sense to have a specific deadline. It's certainly something that could be amended.
May I have a follow-up?
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do you know if there are circumstances where the organization, scholarship organization, might ask for a waiver or an extension, and does it mention that in the contract?
For the information to be provided,
Correct.
I'm sure that there could be a possibility, but I wanted to go with the most straightforward example.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Perno? Oh, no. I can go. Representative Selig?
No.
Oh.
Representative McDonald's been
Oh.
her hand.
See, now I can't see you.
Oh,
Representative McDonald.
thank you, everyone. And thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Also in reference to Section 4, if the agreement with the department is already in contract, are you aware of the scholarship organization having violated that contract by not being forthcoming with any information after the department asked them to?
I just wanted to, well, I'm not specifically aware of a specific case. But again, I wanted to just bring the parts of the administration of the program into statute so that there is no ambiguity about providing information to the department.
Thanks.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for taking my question. My other question, and maybe it's better suited for the scholarship fund, and if it is, feel free to let me know. When you're asking for certain information to be reported on, have you taken a look at what is already out there for vendors and providers that is listed on the website?
Yes.
Okay. Do you feel that is, sorry, thank you, Madam Chair. Follow up if I may.
Follow up.
Do you feel like that is sufficient currently?
I think what I'm trying to make sure that we do is have these reports published on a regular basis. So I think there was a question about when these reports are being published, and it has been a while since we were able to see that information on the CSF website. So this just clarifies when those expense reports should be published.
Representative Freeman?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Have you spoken with the DOE about this?
Yes, they provided guidance on most of it.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Hall.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I know you've referenced a number of times. You're the ones that you personally want to put the rules and contract pieces together. Did this come from you personally, or did somebody speak to you initially and say, hey, you should do something about this?
I worked with the Department of Education on crafting what rules would be appropriate in this bill. They were the ones that pointed out some of the rules that they were recommending should go into statute and maybe move out of rules.
Follow up, just for clarity. So you're saying the DOE actually asked you to submit this bill?
They did not. They provided guidance.
It
When I
started with you and-
contacted, I reached out to them and asked for guidance.
Okay,
And they're not here today, but when we discussed it, they were neutral.
okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Cornell?
Your testimony explained everything perfectly. Is there any chance we can get a copy of your testimony?
Of course.
Oh, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none?
Help me understand, who do I email the,
You can email it to the committee.
okay, good, thank you.
Children's Scholarship Fund is here. If anyone has any questions, we can bring him up.
Just one.
Okay, yep. Matt, can you come up?
I just want to ask if
Go ahead, you
I
can.
need the time.
He's gonna say, no, we don't need to do this.
Go ahead.
Hey, good morning again, Matt Southerton.
Representative Selig.
Thank you. And thanks for taking my question. Is the 45 days just simply, is 45 days a reasonable timeline?
Yes, I believe so. I believe that's in the contract.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to double check. Do you have a waiver or an extension request? Has that ever gone to the department?
So to my knowledge, anytime that we have been asked for any information by the department, we have met that 45-day deadline. I'm not aware of any information that we have ever refused to give to the Department of Education. The only thing that I would say is, for a period of time, so those reports, if we step back, I don't know if you saw the hearing yesterday, those reports were created in partnership with Senator Prentice and RED. If we're talking about the category and vendor reports, so those reports were created by us in an attempt to provide greater transparency and accountability to the taxpayer and the legislature. Those reports were hosted by the Department of Education for 2 years. After 2 years, they determined that they should not be hosting them because they didn't create the reports. You know, sounds logical to me. So we began to host those reports. After that time, we began to receive reports from vendors and parents concerned that after the reports were, after the reports were began being posted by news sources and others. You know, some of these folks are in the address confidentiality program and have, you know, survivors of domestic violence, and they became, they were afraid for their safety, and they began asking us if they could have their name removed from the reports. And we were really stuck between a rock and a hard place because the law requires us to post the names of all vendors that are approved for the EFA program, all education service providers. So we had to consult with the department on what to do in that, what to do. So that took, quite a while to figure out. We figured that out. We've moved forward. The reports are back up and hosted on our website. And I think we have a process in place to move forward and provide on the category and vendor data spending reports some, somewhat anonymity for those people by using their first name and initial for the sole proprietors and give them some sense of safety. But still, the amount those providers receive, every penny is there, and that money is reconciled with the Department of Education at the end of the year.
Any other questions? Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Since 2021, has the scholarship fund, to your knowledge, violated this provision of the contract, making this necessary, or is the bill in search of a problem that doesn't exist?
I'm not aware of any provisions being violated. I think the only issue that we may have is the quarterly reports. We're certainly willing to put up the category and vendor data reports annually. I mean, we already do that now. I think that it may add to the cost of the program to do those quarterly, and I don't know how much benefit that would provide you, but that's a legislative decision.
Representative Pedrono.
Yes, thank you. Was your organization consulted on this legislation?
I'm not aware of that.
Thank you.
Okay, so the representative says she spoke with RED.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. And we will close the hearing on 1513. We have another 2 hours.
Anybody want to go to my house?
We'll open the hearing on HB 1256, removing the authority of the state librarian to award scholarships to students attending graduate library schools. And I recognize the prime sponsor, Representative Drago.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Mike Drago. I represent the town of Raymond. Introducing HB 1256, which is probably the most straightforward bill I've ever had the ability to put in. This bill came about, actually, I think it was last term. My former seatmate and friend, you know, as we sit in House sessions, we have a lot of time to talk to each other, and we stumbled upon this current law that gives the librarian the ability to award scholarships to ALA accredited schools. So this fall, I got a text message saying, "Hey, you going to put in that bill to repeal that part of the RSA?" I said, "Sure, let's do it." And so that's where it came about. I don't think current law is needed, giving the state librarian the authority to do this. Well, first off, we don't even have a state librarian, and doesn't seem like one's on the way of being appointed. I'm sure at some point it may, but that's one issue there. But it's hard to find other organizations or other parts of the state that have a specific law granting authority to give scholarships. I actually didn't even know that was a thing. And then on top of that, awarding it only towards a certain accredited school or certain accredited schools with affiliation of a certain organization. And if you look across the country, it's kind of the same thing. There's not many laws that like this one that's written in New Hampshire. So I actually don't even know why it came about, to be honest, but it doesn't seem like it's needed. But more importantly, not just the authority of the librarian, but it's the American Library Association portion that's really concerning. The American Library Association, when it was formed, probably had a lot of good uses. And actually, I won't even argue it still does. It gives a lot of services to libraries. But they have become basically a political action committee pushing people towards a one-sided agenda. And that's a problem if we have a state law that directs people to go in that direction. And I can give you a couple examples. The American Library Association has, I call them shell companies, different groups underneath them. One would be Every Library. And Every Library has board members that used to, well, actually was formed by board members that used to sit on the American Library Association board, and their goal is to continue the goals and the mission of the American Library Association. Well, Every Library advocates for bills, and they advocated against, in New Hampshire, the obscene materials in schools bills. So now you have the American Library Association and the groups underneath it working to advocate towards a one-sided agenda, and yet we have a law that pushes people towards that direction, and that just makes absolutely zero sense to me. The American Library Association also, I'll give you another example, Read Banned Books Week. Everybody knows about that. Maybe not everybody knows, but they have to compile stats on what books to advertise. And what we found out through research is every time a parent makes a challenge on a certain book, those stats are kept. And if librarians are doing what they're instructed to do through the American Library Association, they report back what books were challenged. Well, then the American Library Association, sometime in October, sent out those fancy banners and T-shirts, Read Banned Books. And what books do they advertise? The ones parents challenge throughout the year. So you're actually kind of working against yourself by challenging a book, because then they advertise to kids to read those books in school. It makes absolutely zero sense. So I don't think having a law that pushes people in one direction like that and then argues against a whole class of people who don't maybe align with that group is something that's needed in the state. And I would actually argue that libraries might be actually served better having somebody with a business degree rather than the master's in library science degree. Libraries are businesses after all. The customers are the taxpayers who come in, the patrons, and their goal should be to try to get as many people as possible into the library. Raymond, I'll just use my town, for example. We have a lot of homeschool families. If I was running a library as a businessman, I would say I want to advertise towards those people. So maybe I'm going to start getting some homeschool curriculums, things that are going to draw people into the library. Things like that don't seem to happen. It's just more of trying to push an agenda. You know, our library bought a book. It's called The Sex Lives of Queer Barnyard Animals. But who's reading a book like that? But yet we buy books like that. And I did some research, and $15,000 worth of books were purchased in our town over a 2-year period, and they weren't taken out. Why? Because it's more of pushing an agenda than it is trying to serve the community. If I spent $15,000 as a business owner and had no customers to show for it, I wouldn't be in business much longer. So I would actually argue that the master's degree is not exactly the direction that we need to go anyways. I think it's more of a business degree. But that's basically it. I just wanted to, if you wanted to keep in the portion about the state librarian having the authority, if that's needed for whatever reason, keep that in. But for certain, the American Library Association should not be part of the law on where these scholarships should be awarded. And with that, I can take any questions.
Any questions? Representative Hall?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering about the graduate library school. Is that a specific school or is that just any library school? And what, name me a library school.
That's a good question. I don't even know where you would go for library school. I just know that it's to get your master's in library science. So whatever schools have that, you can go to a college for athletic training, you can go to college for whatever. If you're going for that specific degree, that's what our state law says you can award it as long as they're accredited by the American Library Association.
Follow up? So it's not really a school. You're talking about an accreditation in any school.
That's how it appears to me.
You don't
yes.
want a library science, you don't want anyone getting a scholarship from the state librarian to attend a school if someone's going to get a degree in library science. Is that right?
I don't think the state librarian needs to have statutory authority to grant the scholarship. People hand out scholarships all the time, so I'm not even sure why in the beginning we even granted the state librarian the authority to do that. But more importantly, it's the American Library Association accredited school. We should not be pushing people towards anything to do with the American Library Association.
Any other questions? Representative Murray?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. I am curious, you did mention that you felt like there was a politicization of a certain organization, but the First Amendment clearly has a broad range of speech that some people agree with, some people don't. And so in that broad latitude of there being First Amendment right, do you see that this might sort of negate whatever claim you're making regarding, I guess, the quote politicization?
Thank you for the question. No, I don't. They are free to speak however they want. They shouldn't be doing it on taxpayer dollars. They're funded through dues paid through the state, paid through towns. They can do whatever they want, but they can't do it when they're using taxpayer dollars. And I also don't think state law should be pushing them in that direction. I have no problem with what they say. I just have problems with laws and tax dollars, which it doesn't have to deal with this, but pushes them in that direction.
Are you aware that the ALA accreditations span across public and private institutions across the country and in other countries as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Where does the state librarian get the money from to even do these scholarships?
That's a good question. I don't know. I actually don't even know who was awarded a scholarship. I just happened to see the law and said this doesn't make any sense.
Representative Hall?
Well, you can shut it off. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Do you know if scholarships have been awarded and how many have been awarded to this? Since it's in statute.
That's a good question, and I probably should know the answer to that, but actually I don't know how many have been awarded.
Can you follow up? Or maybe it's the second question. I think at the beginning you said you think this might be the only one. Do you know this is the only one, the department that awards scholarships? Or were you just saying that you?
Yeah, you're going to hear more about that from I would imagine the next person that speaks. But yes, there's not many states that have specific laws like this, and there's not much in New Hampshire that gives a specific person in a department this type of authority.
follow up, just in any other department, you mean? In
Yeah,
this state, I was just
yeah,
talking
yeah.
about this state.
Yep.
Are there other people that do, are there other,
Not that I'm aware
not
of,
that you're
no.
aware of? Okay, thank you.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am curious to know, the initial authority vested in the state librarian sits with the governor and executive council. So I am curious to know whether or not you have any indication of whether or not any of this conversation also happens with those two offices regarding awarding scholarships.
That I don't know.
Follow up? Oh, sorry. I thought you had your hand up. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. The Honorable Arlene Cortiello.
It's nice to be back. It's the same but different, as I was saying. So thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Arlene Cortiello, and I represented Atkinson in the legislature during the 23-24 term. I am a former academic reference librarian and public library assistant director who holds a Master of Library Science degree from Simmons College in Boston. I think they call it Simmons University now. I am also the author of a textbook published by the American Library Association. I am here today to support HB 1256, which would repeal the authority of the state librarian to grant scholarships to attend graduate library programs, particularly those accredited by the ALA. This is an odd law, and I have some answers to, if you know, the questions. There's some I have answers to, and some I don't. I could not find records of any of these scholarships being awarded. I'm not sure what it's referencing in my research and what I had time to do. It's sort of a dormant kind of a law, but I feel like it should be repealed because at some point it could be used in a way that I object to. My research indicates that only one other state, Kentucky, has such a law. Within New Hampshire law, I could not find a mention of any other agency that is granted such a power as this. Okay, so as far as I can tell, if anyone else has seen something, I couldn't find it. There are only a handful of RSAs which actually mention specific professional organizations. I think for that reason alone, a law shouldn't be mentioning the American Library Association. I think in this research, I found half a dozen laws that mention professional organizations. In fact, I remember when I was on the education committee, just what I learned so much when I was here. And one of the things I learned was that it's sort of bad form to mention a particular agency or professional association in a bill. It's too specific. It does happen a few times and perhaps with cause, but not here. Through my own dealing with this particular professional organization, the ALA, as one of its authors, I'm not a member. I would not support this organization, but I became aware of its political agenda when I wrote a book for them, because I started seeing all the other books they write, and that there's definitely an agenda in there, at least in their publishing wing. It's a distinctly biased political agenda, and that makes it even more important that the ALA not be enshrined in an actual law. What's interesting is that I become quite familiar with RSA 202, with all the public library laws. And under public librarian qualifications, it states that the librarian shall have education of sufficient breadth and depth to give leadership in the use of books and related materials. So nowhere in law does it say you even need a master's degree in library science. And as Representative Drago mentioned, there are those who believe that perhaps a different type of a degree would be better, more towards management and that sort of thing. My experience as a graduate student long ago in a library program, and then as a library employee, has confirmed in my mind that an MLS is not only not necessary, but that completing such an ALA accredited program indicates that those who have attained such a degree have to a certain degree been indoctrinated into a political agenda. This was not so obvious when I went to library school in the dark ages, but nowadays I think with their Library Bill of Rights and certain, what sounds like the innocuous freedom to read statements, these are all disguised political agenda items that have driven the whole myth of book banning. And as Representative Drago said, the ALA was in opposition to the inappropriate material bills that have come before the House in the past. They were also opposed to the bill on parental access to library records, which passed last year. That's part of their Library Bill of Rights, where there should be all ages should be allowed to access materials. It undermines parental authority. It's part of their political agenda. So there were some questions about where the funds come from. I don't know. Again, that's why I say it's an odd law. But if the law remains, it opens the door to perhaps someday tax money being used for this. It could be from tax dollars, and that certainly shouldn't be used to support a biased political organization to give scholarships for unnecessary degrees. And for all of these reasons, I support HB 1256 and believe that the state librarian should not have this particular authority granted under RSA 201. Thank you. I will take any questions. I may not have answers, but
Thank you.
I think that says something too if I don't have an answer.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are you aware, you had mentioned it being sort of bad form to mention outside organizations. Are there other policy initiatives that move forward elsewhere that do name outside organizations for the benefit of a proposed piece of legislation or anything
From
else?
what body? From the legislature?
Yeah.
Well, I'm just speaking from my experience on the Education Committee with the laws.
Oh, I
so that in particular, there were some where they were called out for mentioning specific agencies, and so I'm no expert, so I don't know how to answer your question as far as other agencies and this sort of thing.
I appreciate that.
But
Thank
it
you.
does seem in law to probably best to remain more general, because a group could change, not stand the test of time, or so.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Representative Paterno.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. You mentioned an agenda that the American Library Association might have. Could you expand on that a little bit more, please?
Yes, thank you for the question. It is something that has become very concerning to me as I mentioned a few years ago, writing a book for them, I became more familiar with a messaging campaign. The intellectual freedom officer, I can't remember her exact title, Deborah Caldwell Stone, she said something very concerning. This is one of the main things that really opened my eyes in a video. And I had mentioned before in my testimony about the American Library Association opposing the bills concerning inappropriate materials for children. So a little bit more on that. So Deborah Caldwell Stone was on a video one time, and it wasn't meant for the public. It kind of got leaked, and in it she used words like reframing and promoting when she was talking about inappropriate books on sexual themes, reframing and promoting such books as diverse materials that are about inclusion and fairness. So that's just one example. Okay, and if you saw the type of books that the ALA markets in their catalogs that they send to libraries, to library staff, They're full of all of these books that, in my opinion, reflect a Marxist agenda, to be quite blunt, and a kind of a toxic agenda. So the American Library Association also publishes professional journals with book reviews in them, and they push certain kinds of books. I've done lots of research on this. I write a Substack full of articles on it if you wanted more, but that's the general gist of it. So that's what I meant when they push a particular agenda. Thank you for the question.
Any other questions? Representative Hall?
Oh, you need to turn it off again. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Did you, I'm just curious, I know at the beginning, the previous speaker mentioned that you were seatmates so you got to know each other that way. Did this bill initiate from you? Did you speak to him and ask him to do it, or did it initiate with him and he talked to you? I'm just curious to see where.
Boy, we spent a lot of time sitting next to each other and talked about a lot of things, and a lot about libraries. And to be honest, I don't know how this. It's just the searching sometimes. The American Library Association just sticks out. So. Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't answer that question. I honestly don't remember. Do you, Mike?
It was in one of our many conversations.
That's where a lot of ideas come out, yeah, so.
So I'll assume it came from both of you. Thank
Let's both take credit.
Any other questions? Representative Selig?
Thank you. So just the ALA's Library Bill of Rights was founded in 1967, and so you said that you changed your opinion of them, and I'm assuming you graduated after 1967 because you don't live.
For sure, I was 1 year old in 1967.
For that, and so
They added one, they added the library bill, I'm sorry.
yes, so they say in their Bill of Rights that libraries should provide materials and information presenting all points of view on current and historical issues. Materials should not be prescribed or removed because of partisan or doctrinal disapproval. So that would seem to me that it would be clearly welcoming of all perspectives. Is there something about that statement that?
No, that particular statement I'm fine with. I'm fine with a lot of their language. The one that I really protest is the one that based on the age, that all ages. I think I was specifically talking about that one. The Library Bill of Rights does fuel a rhetoric about book banning, though. Per se, it sounds all very good, and what you just read out of that, sure, I agree with that. It says a lot of great and wonderful things that I support, but overall, it's a document that I find is fueling this myth of book banning.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank
And
you.
with that, we will close the hearing on 12:56. We'll open the hearing on House Bill 1093 relative to public charter schools and the state building code.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, committee, for taking the time to listen to this testimony. I was approached by our local charter school that had found basically a gap in an existing RSA. That's really, this is a cleanup just to make sure that in the RSA it includes public charter schools. Because right now it will talk about municipal public school systems, but it didn't include public charter schools. So literally this bill was just a small change to make sure that there's no confusion with local planning boards and local or city municipal boards trying to figure out, well, are charter schools included in being able to have tax exemptions for different building codes, and not building codes, building renovations. So that's what this basically does. I have a couple other people who will be sharing their personal stories of what they experienced and why this came up for them as well. So I just wanted to really introduce this and really let the show stoppers, the show beginners, I'll say, carry this out. But if you have any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Representative Selig?
Thank you. Sorry, I was trying to make sure I understood. So you're not trying to change the funding, just the zoning?
Correct.
Or the code enforcement?
Just basically the code enforcement to allow for public charter schools to be exempt from being feed. That's basically what this does. That's all this is really doing, is that they wouldn't have to be paying a fee, just like your public schools, when they do a renovation, they don't pay fees.
Oh,
Permit fees. Sorry, thank you for clarifying.
I'm just trying to make sense.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Cahill?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I just listened to the brief introduction, and I think the bill does a bit more than that. There's something about building codes, and I remember hearing that the public charters and the public schools have similar requirements for facility considerations. It has the same standard. But further down, there is language about the changing the 30% that we were told that charter schools getting building aid, and this is about building aid, would only get 30% as opposed to the range of 30 to 60% currently in effect for district schools, depending on the fiscal capacity of the district. So I'm not sure how that 30% would change. Or we'd be looking at the location of the school. This is not a district school. This is a charter school, a 501c3, something of that nature. And also in that language, there's a part about making it really on the same playing field, which I know is attractive to you, with the public schools. So the public schools are now, the funding is distributed 80% up front and then 20% upon completion, which in my opinion is a big part of why we have this ranked list getting so long, because we used to do, the state would kick in its portion over the life of the bond, which meant we could fund more schools, more projects to be done. And now we did 4 last term, and there's no money in the budget for anything this term. So this just feels to me rather like another sort of, if you pardon me, camel's nose under the tent, an incremental step to make charters sort of more than they are in the fact, with the community. I've had concerns about charters. Some of them are wonderful, others not so much. I mean, the same is true as the district schools. And I know you don't want to hear about test scores, but that's one measure that we talk about when we say the public schools are failing, we need alternatives. And I did some analysis of the recent statewide assessment, charters versus district, and they're remarkably the same. They're very, very close, and I will email this to you. But data is really strange in that you can get something that says, they're almost really very close, very, very few apart on average. And then something else that shows that in fourth grade math, we don't see a charter until the third page, when I, sort them by the average school rank. So data is a funny thing. So I don't want to just go wholly on this, but I want to talk about how we just don't have enough money to fund the district schools, and we have over 6,000 kids on the remaining schools in the rank list, and now you want to add charters to that. And it gives me the impression, the first part with the building codes gives me the impression that we might even be thinking about funding the leased properties, because most of the charters are in leased schools, and if they have a problem with their building, they might say, well, how can we fix this? You have to give us the money because we desperately need this. We have hazards, and that could be the very next step. I don't know if that could happen in an amendment if this goes to the other chamber. Remarkable things happen in the other chamber where you have a bill that magically becomes something else. I know that's a little off, but the impression I have now is that we're not content with being a healthy state, a wealthy state. Now we're going to be a stealthy state. So with that, I'll take any questions you have.
Representative Dry.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I'm trying to get this correct for the notes here. Tell me about the percentage changing and where you saw that.
Yes.
I believe it's lines 23 and 24.
Codes. Let's see now.
Okay, so
Let's
that's,
see, it begins with E. Amount. Yeah, the amount of grant is repealed and reenacted as follows. The amount of that grant to any chartered public school established in accordance with RSA 194B:3A shall be calculated and dispersed in the same manner as a grant to a public school under subparagraphs 1 and 2. Chartered public schools should be eligible for the same percentage of eligible construction costs and the same schedule of state disbursement as provided to school districts eligible for school construction. And I remember hearing, the very talented Representative McDonald, a recent high school graduate from Salem District School, by the way, speak very emphatically that charter schools should be eligible for building aid and only the 30%. And that also she said that public schools always get the funding. We know that over recent years hasn't been the case since 2010 anyway.
Any other questions? Point of order, Madam Chair. The member is saying statements that I may or may not have made in the past without any acknowledgement if they're true or not. I don't believe I was entirely truthful. Representative.
I can show you the tape. No problem.
Representative Dry.
thank you. So we've just been given over and over the fact that we need to add public charter school to any place where it lists public schools if we want things to apply to them. And I'm just saying this is another public school. Why would it be a problem?
Well, in the existing law, it does, the one that this is reenacting, it does say that you get 30%. That's what you get, not a range of 30 to 60. And I believe this would change that so they are on the same, on the same platform, same level. And although I agree that, students are being educated in either system, the district schools, the traditional public schools, are where most of our children go. And I'm afraid that we are diverting funds. And I can't promise you that if we didn't divert the funds, they would go toward education, because we've been a little frugal with that for many years. But we're not having funds available that could be used to repair the well over $200 million estimated district backlog.
Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. So you made a statement about the school building aid. Doesn't all school building aid need to be approved beforehand?
School building aid does have to be approved. It has to go, I think the toughest test is going out to the voters or you need to get 60%.
At the state level, doesn't all school building aid need to be approved at the state level?
Yes, the Board of Education.
Thank you. And may I follow up? Thank you so much. And do we not have an established priority list? Meaning, if schools are in desperate repair, don't they move to the top of the list?
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. But there were 17 applications last term. We funded 4. And I guess this is an improvement of what we've done recently, but we could be funding more if we went back to the bond payment.
Thank you.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question, Representative. I am curious to understand, you made a statement regarding that most charter schools lease their buildings. And so under that circumstance, if they are applying for the same fees or reimbursements, would not some of this also have to require an additional step from their leaseor or somebody else? Because it is somebody else's property. It is not necessarily the charter school's property, correct?
Correct, yeah. This, as written, there is a section where it's, when most schools, most of the charters are leased, I think very few are owned. So for now, they wouldn't be eligible for building aid, but I'm concerned that that could change. And that would have more state funds going to even leased properties.
Any other, Representative Selig?
Thank you. So first, I just would ask my colleagues if they need to speak, maybe not do so here, because I'm trying to follow the conversation and losing my train of thought, and I apologize for that. But thank you for taking my question. So to follow up in part on what Representative Murray was asking about these leased buildings, I'm not entirely familiar with the structure of charter schools in New Hampshire and how they work. I'm familiar with them in other states. And so with the charters, when you talk about them being in leased spaces, can you give us some examples of what you mean by that? Just because I'm not familiar with how that works.
I'm sorry, could you get a little closer to the mic? I'm getting older.
Yes, so I was just asking, because I'm not familiar with charter schools in New Hampshire as I am with other states, how, when you talk about them being in leased spaces, could you just give a couple of examples, because I'm just not familiar with.
Okay. I'm not an expert on charter schools, but I believe there are others in the room who are. But my understanding is that there are only perhaps 2 or 3 charters that own the building that they're in. So, and there are roughly 30 charters. So most of them, I believe, are in leased spaces. That we provide assistance with the leasing too. The state does.
Follow up?
Thank you. So could you give me an example of like what kind of space it is that they have leased, I guess, is my question. Like, are they leasing a warehouse? Are they leasing a former school building? Is it an office park? I just am not familiar with what the physical location might be.
I see. Okay. Well, in some cases, they are in part of a school. And in other cases, they are in, I know they've been in, shopping centers, whatever space was available, maybe a warehouse that they convert. This has been done, a storefront.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Would I understand that the process, or you can tell me whether or not the process would be the same, because I'm not sure actually, with regard to a leased facility and the potential for example, if a building, a public school building is being considered for renovations, it oftentimes involves local funding appropriations, which would go on a warrant, be considered by the towns, whether or not they have matching funds or not, and then they would apply for building aid, obviously, to the state if there was a program. So I am wondering whether or not that process would be the same and how that would work involving a leased facility.
My preference would be that they would not be eligible for building aid, and that's why I'm concerned that this might be an incremental step toward that.
Thank you.
Representative Freeman?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. So what I'm hearing you say, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that you feel there may be the potential for this. Is that not correct?
With regard to that statement, with the lease, yes. With regard to the 30% and the 80-20 distribution, that's in the language.
Representative, I really am not seeing that. However, I have one more question for you, if I may have a follow-up. Thank you so much. When a charter school leases a space and they need to spend money on renovations, which they'd have to do because they have to meet the state and local building code, do they apply to the town or the city they're in for building aid?
I don't know what currently happens, but I know that the state, at the present, they're not eligible for building aid for a leased property. Well, they do get assistance with paying the lease.
At the state or the local level?
State.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, Representative Cahill, I ask that the next time you come to this room, you follow proper decorum, because what happened with Representative McDonald was not appropriate.
I apologize for any discomfort, and I will speak with her and make sure this is good.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Amy Bottomley?
Hi, thank you for the time today. My name is Amy Bottomley. I'm the head of school at the Micro Society Academy Charter School located in Nashua, New Hampshire. And we are a charter school that started out leasing, but were able to purchase our facility and then later purchase a second facility on a dual zoned lot that we ended up merging. And so I'd like to kind of speak about our experiences and why changing the language in this bill is so important. And I just want to be clear about where I'm not here to talk about the building aid portion of this, but specifically about making sure that charters are recognized as government entities. So traditional public schools don't have to go through a full zoning and planning board process with a full application. In Nashua, that's how our legal team interpreted the law, but the city of Nashua's legal team disagreed. In the 11th hour, we had to go forward with a full planning and zoning approval process, which traditional schools would not have to do. So out of that, the city of Nashua forced us to do a traffic study on West Hall. If you are familiar with us, we are located on West Hall Street, which already has many traffic issues. So they used us to pay for a portion of West Hall Street for a traffic study. That cost us tens of thousands of dollars. We then, out of that traffic study, were forced to relocate our school entrance. So we had already done a site plan, traffic flow, worked with our own engineers, but because of what they found and wanted out of their traffic study, they forced us to move our entrance location, which then subsequently included us having to move a fire hydrant and telephone pole. So they also then asked, as part of our approval process, that we had to do some work on West Hall Street itself, the city-owned road, which also included relining with reflective grade paint. This all in order to get our interior build-out project and rezoning approved, in order to go forward with a building we already had a mortgage on, cost us well over $100,000. So if we didn't have to, if we were, in short, recognized as a government entity and didn't have to go through the full approval processes, then the city of Nashua would not have asked for that traffic study. They would not have been able to make us move our location of our entrance and do the reflective paint on the road. That's our understanding. The only reason we had to do that was because we went through full approval processes, which traditionally the traditional schools would not have to.
Any questions? Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question.
Yeah.
So I am curious, because you are dual zoned, there might have been other local requirements that added some additional caveats to what you were going through instead of it being a single zoning.
So we were on residential, one was residential, one was commercial. We were right on the line. One property we owned was commercial. We were just merging the two. We would have went through those approval processes, but it really didn't have to do with the traffic, the moving of our entrance. It was just a merging of zones. That's all we were asking to do. we would have still gone forward with that process.
Representative Selig?
Thank you. Just a very quick question. You spoke very quickly at the beginning. I didn't understand the name of the school. If you
Sorry,
could say that.
Micro Society Academy.
Micro Society.
Society. Yep.
Okay. I'm not familiar. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yeah.
Thank you.
Representative Murray?
So most charter schools in their efforts to do move forward with another project, your board would also independently vote to move forward with a project prior to any of this as well. Is that accurate?
Yes, the board all has to vote, and we also, even if we're doing any kind of construction project, such as we did with the build out of a building and making a school, we had to go through state fire marshal, local board, approvals and code approvals, along with the New Hampshire Department of Ed. They come down and approve us. So this zoning and planning boards was another approval process that we had to go through that traditional schools would not have had to. So that's really where I'm just looking for a language change that recognizes charters as government exempt entities. So we would not be forced to go through the full approval process when we already have state level approval processes to do construction on buildings, if that makes sense.
Any other questions? Representative Selig?
I'm not sure if this person is the right one to answer this, and maybe we can get a legal opinion, but are public schools able to just take over whatever type of, like if a community's building a public school on a lot, can they just build it on any lot regardless of how it's zoned? My understanding was there had to be specific zoning even for schools based on my community, so I'm hoping we could maybe get a legal.
I do not, but we do have the department here, so possibly.
Okay, great. So if we could maybe consider having that as a question for someone appropriate to answer it.
Yep. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jessica Washman?
Hi, thank you for taking my testimony. My name is Jessica Waxman, and I'm the Dean of Operations of the Birches Academy Charter School located in Salem. We opened in 2012, so this coming school year, next year will be our 15th school year open. In 2022, we also were recognized by the federal government as a Blue Ribbon Award-winning school. I'm here to talk about the state building code and our experience in the Birches in Salem. We leased our building until late 2024 when we were actually able to purchase our building. It is a retail building. And it's multiple levels. And so when we moved in, we have co-tenants of a pizza parlor and a paint store. And so we had taken over some square footage, and through the years as we've grown, from 88 students to this year 350, we started to do small construction projects. Those construction projects didn't have any zoning issues, but we did have to go before the planning board every single time we wanted to do any type of construction project, which the traditional schools do not have to do. In addition to that, while this is not about code enforcement, we follow all building codes. When we do any type of construction project, the inspectors come in from fire, from plumbing, from electrical, and examine our building. That's not what this is about. This is about paying all those permit fees that we had to pay. Last year, we paid over $10,000 in permit fees for which is significantly less than what they had to pay in Nashua, just based on the nature of the job that we were doing. But the traditional public schools do not have to pay those fees. And when we went to the town of Salem, their lawyers specifically named the RSAs that are in here that we're asking to change as their reason to why we had to pay for fees. In Salem, they do recognize us as a government entity, but we do still have to go before the planning board and present our plans to them, which the traditional schools do not. And while they can comment on our plans, as long as they have met code from the state fire marshal, the state board of education's facility approval, and local building code, there's no changes they can make to our plan. I did want to talk a little bit about the building aid. Through the years, in the 15 years that I've been working with my charter school, the level of requirements for charter schools has come more in line with traditional public schools when it comes to our reporting requirements, our fiscal requirements. We have a 5-year charter renewal. We have stringent audit requirements. And so it's interesting to me that while the request to have charter schools added to all of those requirements is usually met with, yes, we want more oversight, but when we're asking to be seen as an equal when it comes to something like building aid or permitting, it's seen as we're asking for too much. So we're asking for both the good things and the bad things. We're taking all the extra requirements that are provided to us and we're doing them. And so we're just asking that we be seen in the same light for everything that has to do with a public school.
Representative Murray, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Thanks for being here. I'm just curious because it's my understanding that not all public schools are automatically exempt, that it is sometimes a waiver that they have to seek at a local municipality. Are we sure that they are 100% exempt all the time?
I'm not. I know in Salem they are, and I know in Nashua, but I don't know we didn't pull every municipality and school and ask.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The Honorable Arlene Cortiello.
Hello again. I came up here today specifically for the previous bill, but seeing that this one has to do with charter schools, I was playing it by ear whether I was going to just extemporaneously speak on it. I haven't done a lot of research, and this one seems to be more in the area of funding, which isn't my forte. But I do feel that I should comment on this one. I work at a charter school now. It's why I did not run for re-election. I have a full-time teaching job as the middle school English teacher and high school. We just started high school this year. It seems to me like, from what I've heard, is that this is a very simple housekeeping bill that will technically put charter schools and public schools on an equal playing field in just one very specific regard. So in that respect, I completely support it. Public charter schools are public schools. They just have a special curriculum. And I just would like to say, for the record, I'm speaking on behalf of myself. I didn't come here. I'm actually taking personal time to be here. So I just believe so. I've always believed very strongly in charter schools. I also wanted to speak to the issue of test scores, since that was brought up by a previous speaker. This should not be something that is used to judge, what's better, public or public charter. The issue, I've seen it specifically in my school. What happens with the tests, the standardized tests, is that, especially at my school, parents, in a higher percentage, they pull their kids out, they opt out of the tests. And that child is automatically given a 0, and that gets averaged in. So you can see where then the tests wouldn't really indicate anything. We're required to do them by law, so the kids take them, but a lot of the kids, their parents opt out. So I don't think in any way test scores should be used as, it just seems that, part of the problem here is the regular public schools get whatever funds, whatever this is about. Again, I'm not an expert, the fees, whatever. And then only if there's any money left, you're putting the public charter schools lower. You certainly shouldn't base this on test scores. You shouldn't base it on anything. It should be equal. In answer, I also felt like I should address the situation that I'm familiar with, that my school is in an old school. It's actually, there's people there who remember, our parents who remember going to this school in Newton, and it's weird for them. But yeah, so that's just one. I think they come in all shapes and sizes. I know Birch's. I know that it's above, is it still above the Bull Moose store?
No, we bought that.
You did good, because my nickname for it was Bull Moose Academy. I used to call it that because of the store underneath. So they come in all shapes and sizes, and in malls and whatever, old factories, but also regular school buildings. And I think that they're providing just a wonderful service, being providing just different, all kids, they don't learn alike. My school, we focus on a classical, very back to basics curriculum and read old novels and learn cursive and all the stuff I love. So, but they're all shapes and sizes. But in the end, they should be considered on the same playing fields as regular public schools. So to me, this is common sense, and I totally support it. So I don't know if you have any questions, but.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Tim Carney.
Good afternoon. Tim Carney. I'm the Bureau Administrator for the Bureau of School Facilities, and I'm here with the Department of Education.
Any questions for the department? Representative Murray?
Thank you for taking my question. I have two. So the first question is, currently, how many schools are on the building aid list?
Currently, there are 7.
And follow up, if I may. Are you aware, I was speaking, I think, to the previous speaker about waivers versus like a public school exemption across the board for local municipalities. I understand you're with the State Department, but is there some variability into how that process goes for public schools?
Yeah, and I don't have that information because we don't work really on that local level at the beginning of these projects. It's a very good question, though. I'm working with several charter schools right now, new charter schools, so it did pique my interest that municipalities potentially were charging fees, which I was not aware of, but it's something I do want to now look into. Okay. Thank you.
Representative Selig?
Thank you. And thank you for taking my question. I'm not sure if you heard my question to the chair before about trying to get a legal clarification about, can public schools be built on any type of lot? Or like the one of the previous speakers talked about, they were merging lots and had to go through a process as a result of merging lots. And so could a public school be built on half on a business lot and half on a residential lot without having to have zoning changes? Or is that?
And again, that's not something that I'm aware of right now, but I could look into for you. It's again, local control, local level. It's not something the department currently gets engaged in.
Okay.
Representative Freeman?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. At the state level, is there any difference with the way that the state looks at the safety of traditional public schools as opposed to public charter schools? Is there any difference in the safety standards?
No, there's actually in the charter school law, it says charter schools have to meet all the same state, federal health and safety requirements.
Thank you.
Representative Hall?
Yeah, Madam Chair, thank you for taking my question. Can you speak to the 30%, 60%? Can you speak to that?
Yes, and that's where the department does have a technical concern about the bill, the language in that section 3 about how we would implement that moving forward. And so I appreciate the question. So the building aid percentage that the state contributes ranges from 30 to 60%. And to calculate that 30 to 60%, right now we use 2 variables, which is the median income for the district. That's the language in the current law. So we use the Census Bureau for that. And then the equalized valuation per pupil. So that's the equalized valuation of the district divided by the number of pupils. And we rank those from 1 to 240. And so every community is ranked. And the higher ranked ones, meaning in effect, those 2 variables are a reflection of a municipality's ability to fund a construction project. So number 1 would be have the best, the most wealth, if you would, or ability to fund a construction project down to 240, which would be the last one. And so the 1 to 240, then we break up into the ranges between 30 and 60. And that's called out in school building aid law. So I believe it's anything above 114 is 30%. So the top 114 Municipalities, as far as ability to pay for a construction project, would be at 30%. So that's 114 out of 240. The remainder get divided up between 30 and 60, and I believe it's 10-point increments.
Any other questions? Representative Selig.
Yes, thank you. You said there was a technical concern. So if you're calculating that out for the public schools,
Yes.
not public charter schools, how does that differ with the charters? And hopefully you're understanding my question better than I'm phrasing.
Yeah, and so that's where we just have a concern and maybe need more clarity from the bill sponsor on how we would calculate this for charter schools. Because again, we use two variables. So the median family income and the equalized valuation per pupil. That being said, municipalities don't contribute to the funding of charter schools. It's only state. So we want to make sure that underlying difference versus a district school is understood. And so those are the appropriate variables to use when looking at charter schools versus traditional public schools. And again, the language of using the median, the equalized valuation per pupil. Right now, we simply take the equalized valuation divided by the number of pupils in the school district, come up with a number. So now we're going to do that calculation, and then how do we deal with charter school students in that district? Is it now the equalized valuation of the district divided by the number of charter school students, which is typically much lower than the public school district? So that would tend to drive their number higher in the ranking, closer to the 30%. Or do we combine the district students with the charter school students and use that same value for each when we do our ranking? So again, just some clarity on how the sponsor intended that to be done. So when we go to implement this, there aren't questions.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple of other questions and thoughts. And I know that public schools can sometimes seek out a municipal bond for parts of their building renovations or through a warrant or another initiative like that. Would this then open the door for that same experience for public charter schools?
Yeah, again, I'm not sure how they would look to finance the balance of their project.
Okay, and a follow-up, if I may. It's my understanding too on the building aid list that you have in descending order that a school can sometimes move up that list if they have a warrant ready to go and a shovel-ready program. Is that the case?
No, that was changed, I think perhaps last session, where you cannot bump, if you will, other schools who are ahead of you.
So, and if I may follow up then, thank you for that reminder. And then on top of that, so if this would open that up to how many additional charter schools would then enter into this conversation for building aid potentially?
I don't have a number of how many lease. There are quite a few that do lease, and I don't have those exact numbers. Our charter school folks would be able to get those for me.
I'm sorry, maybe I didn't ask the correct question. I was just saying, how many schools would charter schools, plural, whether they're leased or independently owned, enter into the conversation then for building aid on top of the public schools that are listed on those wait lists or wherever they are on the list?
Oh, so if I understand, so we have not had charter schools who just recently, again, maybe last session, I wasn't involved, but became eligible for school building aid. We did not get any applications for charter schools in the last cycle. And I believe there's 30 odd charter schools, ever increasing. As I said, I'm working with 4 right now, new ones.
Thank you.
Representative Selig.
Thank you. I had a follow-up on my previous question, and I appreciate this. So, so some of my understanding is that some of the charter schools aren't town or school district specific, but work with students from a wider area. So, if that's the case with this current formula, if you're assessing the valuation and everything else, so if you've got students from 7 or 12 different towns, is there a way to calculate that would be in any way corresponding to public schools?
Yeah, so we currently use a weighted average for cooperative school districts. Take Newfound, for example. We would use, Bristol, we would calculate their rank for each of the 2 variables I mentioned. You take the average of those two, and then we do a weighted average based on attendance from that district to say the Newfound High School. And so we use a weighted average of all the districts that attend a cooperative district. So theoretically, you could do that with a charter school, but again, the underlying, equalized valuation question still exists.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is that it? And we will close the hearing on HB 1093. We will see you all on Monday.